Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. So we have at least three different time zones. It is not practical or possible to schedule everybody's at the same time, at a good time. So what I've done is, according to Singapore time, we have from 9:30 to 10:30, 15 minutes break, then 10:45 to 11:45, then again from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., then 2:15 to 3:15 p.m., and final session from 3:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Again, everything is Singapore time. Okay. Please schedule your lunch break accordingly. I believe at least you have got some time to take your lunch, whether it is at office or at home. The next thing is, I know that this meeting is almost coming at the end of the financial year. So definitely you have got a lot of work to attend to, and you have also scheduled some meetings. So please feel free to attend to your work or exit meetings according to your convenience. You don't have to say I have to leave or anything like that. You can do it parallelly, simultaneously, or you can exit the meeting according to your convenience. Next, questions. Definitely, there will be a lot of things popping up in your minds. Please type in the chat box your questions or your thoughts. And after every few slides, I will open up the chat box, see the questions that we have, and we can respond to those questions accordingly. Next, there is no right and wrong question or answer. Okay, all questions are subjective and specific to scenarios encountered during project execution. We also know that all projects are unique. So definitely we will have multiple scenarios in multiple projects. So there is no right and wrong answer or question. Let's keep it in mind. Open. This training is not a one-way training. It's not that I just open up my slides and keep showing you some slides and giving you some templates or some forms and things like that. It is not that. It should be interactive. And all participants are free to ask anything. Even if you feel it is a simple thing, it does not matter. And some do's and don'ts. Please mute yourself at all times, except when asking your questions. Okay. And finally, let's learn from this training and learn from one another. Let's enjoy this training and learn from one another. Okay. So any questions on the session timing or anything? Please ask now. Okay, we continue with the training. Okay, what are the training contents that we have got lined up for the next few sessions, next couple of days, something like this? We've got a very brief introduction to the various participants. We also have a course introduction where we discuss what is project management, what are the common terms that we use in project management. We would look at the standard definitions of project management across our industry. Also, something specific to Yokogawa environment. We will discuss constraints or the very famous triple constraints of project management. Many of you would already be aware of this, but we will look into this in greater detail. We also look at introduction to project management in the sense that how many phases we have got. For example, the initiation phase or the planning phase and things like that. There is quite a lot of content here, and I expect it to take quite a long time, especially when we have more and more questions. The next thing that we would be discussing is, as a project manager, as a project manager, what are you going to deliver to the customer or to internally, whether it is to the PMO office or to our management? So, what is your basic deliverables? Next, we will also be looking at how much you or we as a project manager are involved in the project, how much time we need to spend on certain activities. There is one another topic that is quite interesting and which all of us as project managers should be aware of is something called gold plating. It is not what you may be thinking. It is not plating a metal with gold, but it is a philosophy, a concept called gold plating, and this is something very interesting. Finally, there have been lots of questions in the past, both our management and auditors asking about how project managers are doing the project costing, and also there is some discussion that will be done on the uh, PM dashboard. So this is a session that will be conducted by Alan Mao. And of course, we ended up with Q&A. But again, Q&A is not to be done at the end of the day or at the end of this training session. We will be having questions and answers as and when it occurs, after every few slides or after a section. Okay. So this is what we would expect to be talking and discussing over the next couple of days and sessions. Okay. If you have anything that you feel should be addressed in the next couple of days, please feel free to enter it into the chat box, and probably Ashfaq or Alan or myself will look into that and try to address that issue or concern. Okay. So this is what we would be discussing for the next couple of days. Any questions, friends? Okay, if there is no question, I will continue forward. So, as I mentioned, we have colleagues from different affiliates. We have from Indonesia, we have from Malaysia, we have from Philippines, we have from Taiwan, we have from Thailand, and also from Vietnam, and of course Singapore. So we have colleagues from all these countries and offices. And I think at this point in time, we have got a total of about 78 people in this meeting. Like I mentioned, it is quite impossible for me to go around and ask everybody to introduce yourselves. But probably when we have a break session, somebody can step up and introduce yourselves. Probably we have got about 6 break sessions. So every break session, we can ask one of the PMO office head in each of these countries to come forward and introduce themselves. Okay. So be ready for this. So let us move on straight to the training, and the first one, which is what is project management? When you think about project management, what comes to your mind? What comes to your mind? There are so many things that comes to our mind basically when we think about project management. We worry, we think a lot, we try to motivate ourselves and our team members. There are situations where we even panic, especially if we have made some mistakes and we need to cover it up. uh, we go and smoke and drink a lot of coffee and cigarettes, especially when we are in a very pensive or a very panicky mode. We also negotiate a lot with our customers, with our vendors, and even with our own team. We tend to negotiate a lot. Uh, we escalate to our management, or we escalate to our customers, senior management, when we need something or when we do not get something. So lot of things, all these are all part and parcel of project management. So when we as project managers initiate project and when we do project, a lot of things swirls around in our minds. So different people think differently. Okay. Everybody has got their own perspective about what projects are, what project management is. And it all depends on what your position is at that point in time. For instance, project, a project delivering a baby. For example, a project manager thinks 9 women can deliver a baby in 1 month. Okay. And the client, he does not know why he wants a baby. Okay. For example, HR manager thinks that even a donkey can deliver a human baby if given 9 months. So, what is the perspective of a person in a project, whether he's within the project or he is external to the project? Every person has got a different perspective about what project are or what a project is. If you look at this, for example, there is a same project, but different people look at it differently. So to understand the person and how to influence the person to get what you want from that person, you need to know what that person's perspective about the project is. For example, a person who is stranded in an island is very happy to see the boat which is coming, whereas the person in the boat is very happy that he has sighted land. So, perspective. The perspective of a person who is within the project or external to the project is getting to know that perspective is very difficult, and it is very good if we can put ourselves in that person's shoes. Okay, so understanding the perspective of a person is very important, and it plays a big role in the success of the project. So, as a project manager, what people think about you, what people think, what your friends think, what you do, what your family thinks, what you do, what your contractors, vendors think. They think that you're a villain in the project. What your boss thinks, what you're doing, what you think you're doing, and finally, what you are actually doing. So these are all different people's perceptions about what a project manager does in a project. What finally you're doing is quite accurately depicted in the last picture, having lots of coffee and scratching your head about what to do in a project. Before we dive into what project management is, we need to understand what are the common terms that we encounter in the day-to-day execution of projects. Because we as project managers, we talk to a lot of people, vendors, clients, customers, end users within the company, to the project, to the PMO, to the senior management, we need to have a basic knowledge of the various terms that we encounter in the day-to-day working. For example, there are few terms that we should be very clear. What are assumptions? Uh, when you're doing a project, you consider a lot of factors. You're assuming something. Assume, when you say assume, ASSUME, it means basically it is making an ass out of you and me. Yeah. So assuming any factor that you are going to that is going to contribute to the successful outcome of the project, any factor is an assumption. So when you start the project, definitely there will be a lot of assumptions that you make in order to ensure that you have a successful outcome of the project. All assumptions should be recorded somewhere. I will come to where it will be recorded later on in the slides. But assumptions should be recorded so that we know whether they are known or unknown factors that will contribute to the success or failure of the project. Assumptions. Second term is baseline. What is a baseline? A baseline is an approved configuration item. For example, a project plan. In our project management execution, usually a baseline refers to the project schedule, the start and end of the project, and the various milestones, important milestones that occur in the project. So a baseline basically it captures all the milestones with the planned dates. Having a baseline of the project is very important to record all the changes and the factors that may contribute to a delay or a change in the baseline. For slightly bigger sized projects, establishing a baseline and getting the baseline approved by the customer is highly beneficial and important, because this will in future contribute to creation of variation orders when there is a slight delay in the inputs or what other things that needs to come from the customers. So recording the baseline and getting an approval of the baseline is very important. The next uh, important terms is business case. What is a business case? A business case, as the standard definition goes, is a document recording the justification for starting a project. It describes the benefits, costs, and impact, plus a calculation of the financial case. Uh, for most of the projects, when we have got a negative margin, there is always a business case developed to show how we can improve the GP of the project. It is usually done by the sales, but then the project team takes over and tries to implement to ensure that the project GP increases substantially. So a business case is made of. Next, change control. It's a very common term that comes in the execution of the project. What is change control? Change control is the practice of identifying, documenting, approving, and carrying out changes within a project. Changes are the only constant thing in a project. The only constant thing in life also is change. So, how we identify a change, how we document it, how we approve it, and how we carry out changes within a project is totally called as change control. So when we develop something called as a project execution plan, how we are going to manage changes should be very well documented and the procedure developed for ensuring that we do not lose out in the project. Change control, very important, gentlemen. Next, constraints. What are constraints? Constraints are factors we need to consider during the life of a project that we cannot change. They may include deadlines, regulatory requirements, and dependencies on other projects. Basically, when in our project execution, when we look at constraints, few of the things are quite critical. For example, the regulatory requirements, like meeting some international standards, which is very important, whether it's ISC standards, ISI standards, or whatever it is, or some IP requirements or zone requirements. So these are three things that are constraints in a project, and we would most probably not be able to change. So constraints should be documented very well in our project documentation, whether it is in FDS or PEP or in some document in some form, so that every project team member or project manager is aware of what are the constraints for a project. Recently, in one of my project, we had that we need to have surge arresters in the project. So surge arrestor is quite an expensive device, and there are different types of surge arresters, different voltage and current requirements. So it is a constraint in the project, because if there is a change in the amount of current that needs to go to the particular device, then we may need to choose a different surge arrestor. So having surge arresters with the correct voltage and current limits becomes a constraint in your project. Critical path. Project managers, most of us know what a critical path in the project is. What is a critical path? The critical path is the sequence of activities that must be completed on time for the entire project to be completed on schedule. It is the longest duration path through the schedule. If any activity is delayed by one day, the entire project will be delayed by one day unless another activity can be finished a day earlier than planned. As project managers, it is our duty and responsibility to ensure that we identify the critical path in the project. And it should be identified very early in the project, and especially when we are drawing the various baselines for the project. Let me give you just one example. For example, procurement activity. Let us assume that procurement activity takes 16 weeks. However, Yokogawa hardware, the procurement and delivery takes 18 weeks. Definitely, we are not going to be able to deliver the project in time because we are going to have a delay of 2 weeks. So how we can ensure that we are able to either get the Yokogawa hardware delivered within 14 to 16 weeks, or we can have a float in the we can have a small delay in the testing or in the delivery of the entire system. So we have to have a clear cut idea of what the critical path in a particular project is. And it should be identified quite early in the project. and it should be recorded in the project schedule. As you all know today, all the because of the supply chain logistics, not only Yokogawa items but also third-party resale items, the delivery is quite long. Recently, for instance, Cisco, when I was buying a firewall 3 months ago, they said the delivery will take 9 months. Means I'll only get the device in June this year. So identifying the critical path, especially with the reference to our materials, whether it is Yokogawa material or third-party resale material, it is very important. So, critical success factor is the next term that I would like to discuss. But what is a critical success factor? So, this is something that is essential to achieving a successful project. It can be anything in the project. It can be anything. For instance, if the customer delivers the IO database as per schedule, we can say it is a critical success factor. If they have achieved any major milestone, that is a critical success factor. For instance, we do the FAT on time and we are ready for delivery. That is a critical success factor. What is a deliverable? We all talk about deliverables without sometimes understanding what a deliverable is. A deliverable, it is a tangible or an intangible object which is produced through project execution. If we are able to submit our FDS documents on time, that is a deliverable. If we are able to get a cabinet from our panel vendor, that is a deliverable. And a deliverable need not be one single thing. It can be also created from multiple smaller deliverables. But understanding what a deliverable is, whether it is a physical object or whether it is a document, both are deliverables. Next, dependencies. What is a dependency? A dependency is any event or work that is dependent on the outcome of the project or the project will depend on. Okay, dependencies are any events or work, anything we can term it as a dependent. In order to do a project wiring, a cabinet wiring, we need the wiring drawing. So the wiring drawing is a sort of a dependency. In order to develop graphics, we need to have the static layout of the graphics. So that becomes a dependency. To start a work, if there is something else that must be done first, then it becomes a case for dependency. So when we are drawing the baseline or the project schedule, we should know in order for an engineer or for a project manager to do any work, he has to see what is required, what is a prerequisite for him or her to do the work. And all those become dependencies. Next, float. What is a float? Float is the time a task can be delayed without delaying the project. For instance, we have scheduled 8 weeks to do the graphics, but we know there are only about 20 graphics. And if we push or if we add additional people, we can complete it in 4 weeks. But still, we keep 8 weeks in the project timeline or in the schedule. So the 4 weeks becomes a float. Okay, but tasks on the critical path have no float. Okay, so the critical path, I already explained what it is. So any task on the critical path that you have identified in the project, definitely will have no float. Any questions, anyone? Okay, let me continue with the more terms and acronyms. Gantt chart. What is a Gantt chart? Gantt chart is basically a project management a bar chart. And if you look up at either Primavera or at MS Project, generally we use the Gantt chart, and it shows what are the interdependencies between tasks and how much time a particular task or a deliverable will take. So Gantt charts are quite commonly used in our day-to-day working. Finally, next one is gold plating. I told you that gold plating we will discuss a little bit in detail, maybe today or tomorrow. So what exactly is gold plating is the addition of unnecessary features into a product or service which is beyond the agreed scope. I will take it up in detail much later. Milestone. What is a milestone? It's a key event during the life of a project, usually completing project deliverables. If you look at any of your project schedule or when you are doing project schedules, always try to tie up milestones with the billing milestones, project deliverable milestones with the billing milestones, so that you have a sort of a dependency. Like when you have a milestone that you have achieved, you can do the necessary billing at the same time. And if you delay the achievement of a particular milestone, you will also delay the billing for that particular milestone. So we should try to also incorporate, if possible, the billing milestones also in the project schedule, if it is possible. So that as a project manager, we know that when we achieve a particular a milestone in the project, we can also do the billing at the same time. And the usual key milestones, for example, are kickoff meeting. We have got develop approval of basic FDS or detailed FDS or internal or procurement completion or staging initiation or internal test completion or FAT completion or shipping. These are all important milestones in a project, general milestones. Next is just for fun. Murphy's Law. You all must have heard about this. If anything can go wrong, it will definitely go wrong. Next, very important, which you might have heard in the past, is the Pareto principle. It basically is the idea that if you do 20% of the work, you can produce 80% of the benefit of doing the whole job. Or for quality improvement, most problems are produced by a few key causes. I believe you must have already experienced this, being project managers, that if you focus on 20%, you can achieve 80% of your of whatever you want to achieve in a particular project. It's quite an important principle, 80-20 or 20-80 Pareto principle. Next is, I'm sure this is something that you would have also experienced. Work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. For example, if you allocate 2 weeks for doing the FTS, definitely it is going to take 2 weeks because the engineer knows that he has got 2 weeks to, do the job. So that's what it means. Basically, work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. So how do you achieve a balance between the amount of work, amount of time that you need to give for doing a particular activity? I believe it only comes out of experience. Project management. What is project management? It is the discipline of planning, organizing, managing resources to bring about the successful completion of a specific project goal and objective. Okay. So PMI, I believe many of us are PMP accredited holders from the Project Management Institute. If anybody is not and is intending to take up PMP accreditation, please let me know. And I have got some information and some things, some tools, some questionnaires that can be provided to you for you to become a PMP. At the end of the day or tomorrow, you can send me an email and I'll give you some more information about it. Next, what is PMO or Project Management Office? It is a department or organization that oversees and mentors group of projects. I believe in all our affiliates, in all our offices, we have got PMO. For instance, in Singapore, we have got under Alan Mao, and in your respective affiliates offices, we have got a PMO office, I believe. And project manager, we are all project managers today. We have the responsibility for successful planning, execution, and closure of a project. This is the last slide. Let me quickly go through. What is a RASI chart or a RASI matrix? A RASI matrix is something called responsible, accountable, consulted, or informed. And there is a small addition to that in Yokogawa. We also have a RASCI. S is supportive. We will discuss RASI matrix maybe today or tomorrow morning in greater detail. Okay. Resources. Resources is anything that is needed to complete a project. Generally, when we talk about resources, we say people or money, but it can be anything that is required to complete the project. Risk. What is a risk? Risk is a potential external event that will have a negative impact on your project if they occur. I will talk a little bit more about risks later on in my slides, how to understand what the risks of a project are, how to record the risk, how to assign a certain amount of value or money for the risk, and how to release the risk and how we should be closing or mitigating or transferring the risk. So maybe this we will discuss a little bit in detail later on in the day. Scope. What is scope? Scope is the overall definition of what the project should achieve, and usually it is a final product. What in our case, maybe delivering of a system to the customer. That is the total scope of the project. Sponsor. A sponsor is a person who has authority over the project, provides funding, and so many other things. Generally, every big project will have a project sponsor, and he or she is the final say in the project, who will make all the major decisions, attend important meetings, quarterly, half-yearly meetings with the sponsors from the end user or from the EPC. So a sponsor is a very important person in the project. Stakeholder. We will discuss more about stakeholders later on, but basically, a stakeholder is anyone who has an interest in the project or is affected by its deliverables. We will discuss more about stakeholders later on. SWOT analysis. What is it? Basically, a tool to evaluate the strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to a project. I don't know how many people do this and keep track of this, but if required, we can have a separate discussion to discuss about SWOT analysis. And finally, work breakdown structure. What is it? It's a decomposition of the deliverables needed to complete a project. Okay, it breaks the deliverables down into manageable work packages. So WBS, there are different. For example, our DCS team have got their own WBS. Our ESD team have got their own WBS. So WBS is quite critical and important so that the project manager and the team understands what is expected out of them. Okay, so with this, we have spent quite a lot of time on understanding what are the various terms, common terms and acronyms that we will encounter as project managers. Okay, any questions, team? Any questions?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alan Mao. So thank you for Satish all the detailed explanation and subsequent training. So if anyone has any question, please anytime I think you can step in to talk and discuss. We want to make this session as more active, not only Satish keep talking. So please raise any question or any issue you are facing in your project. You need which is relevant with current context. Then Satish can explain or give some advice. Please raise any question. You can step in, or you can enter in the chat group first. Then we can address the question accordingly.
Thanks, Alan. I informed this at the beginning of the slides. So
Oh, okay, okay.
we had just a second. Sorry. Okay, I said please type in the chat box and we will discuss the questions after a few slides. Okay,
Okay.
so we have now completed the terms and acronyms. So if there's any questions on this, please let me know and we can discuss. If there's nothing, then I'll move on to the next slide. Okay, believe there's no question. So we go on to the next section. We will finish this before we take a short break. It has got about 2 or 3 slides. So what is a project? Different people think differently. Like I said earlier, what is a project? There is different perspective on what a project is when you talk to different types of people. So basically, what is the standard definition of a project? According to the PMBOK, PMBOK is nothing but Book of Knowledge, Project Management Book of Knowledge, which is published by the PMI Institute. The project or the definition of a project, and it's very critical to know these things. It's a temporary endeavor. This is a key word. It's a temporary endeavor. And another keyword is it's a unique project, service or result. So basically, it's a temporary endeavor, and the endeavor creates a unique project, service or result. So what it means in practice is that projects are temporary, okay, and they close down on the completion of the work. So projects are temporary and they close down. Important things. Project is a set of interdependent tasks that have a goal, common goal. So definitely we should identify the differences between a project and a service, what we usually call service activities. So basically the definition of project is it is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique project or a product, service, or result. So basically, what it has got characteristics. It has got a clear start and end date. And this is what we try to develop in the project schedule, baseline, interdependencies, and things like that. Project has boundaries. Okay. A project creates something new, and that is what it means. It's a unique project, service, or result. It always creates something new, and it is not business as usual. So, what do we mean by all these? A clear start and end date. There are projects that last several years, but a project cannot go on forever. It needs to have a clear beginning, an end, and an overview of what happens in between. So please understand always as project managers that every project will have a clear start and an end date to begin with. Next, a project creates something new. Every project is unique. Okay, every project is unique. It has got its own set of characteristics. Even though we may try to copy a document or a deliverable from another project, it's this project is still unique because it has got its own set of quirks and unique characteristics. It produces something that did not exist previously, and it is a one-time, one-off activity, never to be repeated exactly the same way again. So no two projects are the same. Every project is unique. Okay. Then a project has boundaries. So a project operates within certain constraints of time, money, quality, and functionality. Okay. So a project has got a boundary. And finally, a project is not a business as usual. So what do you mean by that? Projects are often confused with processes. A process is developing a product, for example, in a factory. It's a series of routine predefined steps to perform a particular function. A project is not a one-off activity. It determines how a specific function is performed every single time. So please understand the difference between a project and a process. Okay. So once again, let me reiterate. A project is a temporary endeavor. It's temporary because it has got a clear start and end date. It produces a unique result, and it has got its own boundaries, a scope. So these are the characteristics of a project. So what we just saw was the PMBOK definition of a project. But when it comes to Yokogawa's definition, what do we exactly do? So Yokogawa executes many projects ranging from few $1,000s to very large multidisciplinary projects. In addition, we also provide services to our customers. So in order to distinguish between a service activity and a customer project, a definition of we have to define what a customer project is. Okay, so of course, when we talk about that, we still need to consider the typical characteristics like it should be time bound, yeah, it should be unique, resourcing, and things like that. So in our case, we say that a project is a scope of work which is covered by a purchase order from a client, consisting as a minimum of a design phase and a factory acceptance test phase. So a project generally we say is a scope of work which is covered by a purchase order from a client, and it has got a from a design phase until the end of a factory acceptance test. So this is, we can say, a definition of a project in Yokogawa. Okay, and the small difference is that, for instance, a feed. A feed will most probably not have a FAT phase, but there may be a prototype test phase. But still, we consider feed as a project because it has definitely got a start phase and a end phase. So let us look at some examples. This is only some minor examples which I have considered. For instance, addition of a controller to an existing system. Is it a project or is it a service or what is it? We think that it may be a project because this modification requires some design work and probably FAT before it is actually implemented at site. So we can consider this to be a project. Second example is an on-site addition of a redundant OPC connection. We would still consider it as a project because we may need to do some in-house testing and design work. Addition of a IO card to an existing system on site, we would consider this not as a project but as a site modification because it may not need an in-house FAT to be done. However, there may be a slight change when it comes to a safety system because we may need to use a PSMT form, which is a procedure for site modification and testing form, if we have to do any changes in the ESD systems. So we have a few such cases where we have to think whether it is a project or a service or a modification and things like how do we classify the orders that we get from our customers. Okay, so this is our definition of a project. To recapitulate, basically, a project is a unique result. It is a temporary endeavor. It has got a clear start and an end date. It has got its own boundaries and it creates something new. So this is what is the basic definition of a project. And in Yokogawa parlance, we say customer project is a scope of work covered by a PO from a client consisting minimum design phase and factory acceptance test phase. So these are the two things. We have to be very careful what is a project and what is a service and what is a modification and things like that, because each one will have its own costing, its own schedule and other factors, other assumptions, other considerations. So be very careful. What is a project? What is a service? And things like that. Okay. Any questions? Any questions, gentlemen?
Satish, we have YTH requesting.
What is it, Ashfaq?
I think there was a hand raised from YTH side. I think now no longer there. It's okay.
Okay.
Since these are definitions, I think they may have further questions down the road. We can proceed.
Okay, fine.
Hello,
Let us.
can you hear my voice?
Yes, can hear. Who is this?
I am from YTH
Yeah.
Gyeongsang. Yes. I have seen your first few slide about the term and economy. I would like to discuss if this term has implement in our company already or not, because I think This term actually come from PMP, but the terminology might be different from what we call in Yokogawa procedure. If you can go back to your first few slides in term and acronym. Yes.
Yeah,
For
it is
example,
here.
yeah. For example, the assumption, the factor that we assume and we let it in place to be the contributor of the successful of the project. When we do the project, we will do some condition and let client know and approve. And we said this is the factor to be to this is the factor to be the condition for to success the project. For example, we need to get input information from client by this day. We need to have some this kind of information from client so the project can be success. And is this actually the assumption? How do you
Kriengsak,
think?
right? Kriengsak,
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yes.
Kriengsak, the assumptions that we talk about in Yokogawa parlance is, for example, uh, what you said is quite accurate in the sense that in a project schedule, we have to have what are the input information required from our customer, and also by when we need that particular information. Okay, so you can term it as an assumption, but of course that particular milestone or that particular event or that particular input deliverables has to be the date and the timeline has to be approved by the client. So that is a sort of an assumption, I would say. Okay, because that is important for us as Yokogawa team to ensure that we deliver the project or the product. Secondly, the other assumptions that what you have mentioned, like for example, the technical assumption. Now, in all our FDS documents, at the beginning of the document, we usually put in our assumptions. For example, a voltage specification. We say the voltage that is required for operation of the system is 220 volts or 120 volts or 440 volts and things like that, or 24 volt DC. So these are the assumptions that will come up in technical documents and which should be there, which should be documented. For example, we are adhering to IEC standards. So that is an assumption. If the customer says, oh no, you should not be adhering to this, you should be adhering to something else, then that becomes a sort of a change. We have to evaluate what are the implications of that assumption that we have already considered. So assumptions should be documented, whether it is in the project schedule as far as the dates are concerned or the milestone is concerned, or for the technical aspects there will be assumptions and it has to be documented. If you look at any sales proposal will have tens of assumptions. Okay, so they have to be documented and they have to be implemented at a certain stage in the project.
Okay, and this document that has to be sent to approve with
Of
client.
course, of course, of course. That's why I said the baseline or the schedule should be approved by the client.
Okay, so it means that each of these term is various of document, right? It's not specific document as per our procedure, Yokogawa procedure.
The
And you said it might
various
be.
Yeah, the
Yes.
various assumptions, whether it is technical or whether it is commercial, it has to be documented in that particular document. We generally in the sales phase, they will have a common document. But when it comes to the implementation and when it comes to the project, those assumptions have to be transferred to the individual or to the respective document, whether it is to the project schedule or whether it is to the FDS.
Okay. And another example, the business case. Here it said that the business case describe benefit, cost, and impact, plus calculation of financial case. In Yokogawa, especially in YTH, we do something as a cost calculation, and we do some project do the project charter, explain the condition of the project, and cost calculation, explain the calculation of financial, and also maybe some cost impact. Is this considered a business case in your term condition?
Yes, yes, you're right. You're perfectly right. I will be talking about the charter later on in the slides, but it is a business case.
Okay.
Clarissa, in fact, all these terms is more or less is a standard one following the PM book. When we talk with customer, by right, we also should follow the same term. Otherwise, there will be confusion because PM book is the standard one to be followed for all the project manager, including customer. For business case, of course, maybe there will be some a little bit different for each country. For like YEF, Europe side, they strict following the same term from PM book. They also call business case, which including all these project charter, project authorization, price authorization, all these things they call business case. Of course, in YE side, in YE group, we call differently. Like our quotations, we have price authorization. All these are approved. So this is part of the business case, in fact, but we just call different name lah. In general, all these standard term we should use for when we communicate with customers, and also this also used in our most I can say most are used in our procedure and document.
Okay, so that is why I just would like to talk and compare with procedure that we had followed this term in what way?
I understand your question. So apart from business case, I feel the rest more or less is we are using the same one in our document of procedure.
Alan, just to add on to what you just said, Kringsak, the business case is almost similar to the project charter document that we should be following in our projects. I am not sure how many projects and PMOs will actually be doing the charter, but definitely we have done it in the past.
Mostly we some project we do the project charter, but some are not, some did not, by some many reasons, because size of the project and
exactly, yeah, you're right.
There is many things, yeah, there is many things to do also.
Yes, I agree with you. Basically, it depends on the size of the project and depends on case to case, Kringsak.
Yeah, I agree that.
Okay.
Okay.
I will stop here. We will take a 10-minute break. Now the time is 10:39, 10:40. We come back at 10:50 Singapore time. That's in exactly 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you, everybody. So see you back in 10 minutes. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We start in 1 minute.
Yes.
Okay, let's start. So far we have covered what are the common terms that we use in project management. What is a project? What is project management? What is a project in Yokogawa terms? What is definition of a project according to the world PMI and things like that. I wanted to finish this next section in the morning before we went for a break, but due to time constraints, we could not finish it. Anyway, I will quickly look at what are the triple constraints of a project. I already told you what is the definition of a constraint. And now let us discuss and see what are the three main constraints of a project in order to get a quality, a deliverable, or a quality product at the end of a project. So what are the three main constraints? What are the triple constraints? The triple constraints of our project and generally for any project is scope, time, and cost. So what is scope? Scope is basically the total quantum of work that we need to deliver to our customer. Time defines how much is the time that we have got to deliver this particular product or service. And cost cost is not only the amount of money that we get from our customer to do the project, but also how much money we need to spend to be able to deliver the project. So the triple constraints of the project are scope, time, and cost. And all these or any of these changes the quality of the product or the service differs, deteriorates. Okay, so the triple constraints are scope, time, and cost, and these affect the final quality of the product or service. Is there any other constraint that will affect the quality of the product or service other than these three?
Yes, Salam.
Other than these three, please type it in the chat box and we can have a discussion later on. So the triple constraints content that the quality of the work is constrained by the project's budget, deadlines, and scope. The project manager can trade between constraints. Basically, what exactly do we mean by this? The project manager can trade between constraints. For example, if the scope of the project increases during the execution of the project, then the project manager or the project team has to either change the schedule, change the cost in order to ensure that the project or the service quality meets the expectations. Can you all mute yourself, please? Hello? Okay. Basically, I was just saying the project manager can trade between the constraints in the sense that if there is a change in any one of these triple constraints, whether it is in terms of scope or time or cost, then the other parameters needs to be changed accordingly in order to meet the quality or the customer's expectations. For example, if we have to deliver more number of cabinets, but the customer says we cannot change the delivery schedule, that means we need to put in more cost, and whether these costs are compensated by the client or not is the next question, but definitely there will be a cost impact. For example, another example, suppose we need to deliver more number of graphics, develop more number of graphics in the same time frame. It means that we need more resources or engineers, which also means that we need to pay more, which means that there is a cost impact. And again, who is going to bear the cost is secondary. But definitely, whenever there is a scope change or the delivery schedule is changed, it will affect all the other two parameters. And finally, the quality of the product is also affected. Suppose we have to deliver more in less amount of time, definitely there is a compromise on the quality. Or if you have more people working in the project, trying to deliver the exact same deliverables, whether it is graphics or logics, then also there will be effect. Like they say in English, too many cooks spoil the broth. Okay, so the quality will definitely be compromised if we try to change any of the triple constraints of the project. Okay, so changes in one constraint necessitate changes in others to compensate. Otherwise, quality will suffer. It's quite obvious, right? For example, a project can be completed faster by increasing budget or cutting scope. Okay. Similarly, increasing scope may require equivalent increases in budget and schedule. And cutting budget without adjusting schedule or scope will lead to lower quality. So as a project manager, when during the execution of the project, if we compromise on any of these three constraints, then definitely we need to be looking at all the other parameters of the project and seeing and coming to a conclusion on what else can be compromised. Okay, so the triple constraints of a project management of a project are scope, time, and cost. So let us summarize what we have done today. We have done what is a project, what are the characteristics of project, what are the differences between project modification service, what are the common project management terms, glossary, and finally, what is a triple constraint. Okay, so this summarizes the first section of our project management training. Any questions? I give you 1 minute to think and ask any questions. Okay, you can also ask questions later on. Please type in your questions in the chat box. Moving on, let us come to the introduction to project management. So what is our project management manual talk about? So we have a manual and I will show you where exactly it is located. It is in the GS library website. Let me just show you where exactly it is. Uh, I believe you know the location to the industry collaboration portal, Yokogawa's industry collaboration portal. Under deliverables, we have got a GS library. And if you click here, the global project management standard is here with all the materials and templates that we will be using in the projects and project management. So you have most of it here. There are a lot of deliverables here. I'm sure many of you will already know where exactly this is and whether you are using it in the past. I'm not very sure, but please log on to this particular website, to this particular portal, and have a look at the various documents, templates, forms that are available here. They are a good starting point for your project. How many people here are aware of this one? Anybody looks at these regularly? You can unmute yourself and just tell me if you have seen this website. Okay, I have one response. Anybody else has seen this portal and have used it in the past? 3141. Okay, I believe many of you are aware of this one. That's good. Uh, so I come back to the slides again. Basically, if you see, there is one particular presentation here, which is the project management manual, and it outlines the way we execute projects. In this particular training, I have used many of the slides from that, and also from the other project management slides that we have used in the past to come out with this comprehensive, almost complete project management training manual, I should say. So basically, it outlines the way Yokogawa will executes projects, and it forms a comprehensive guideline. If you look into this particular website, uh, there are a lot of templates. There are a lot of templates, and these provide a starting point for all of us, for every project manager. He should be able to use these templates and forms, and then of course use it as a starting point in conjunction with whatever forms that you are currently using in your own affiliate. Okay, it's a good starting point, by the way. And who can use this particular PM manual? It is for all our project managers, project engineers, and lead engineers of our operations department. And why do we need to use it? Because this will give us the starting point. It gives us the procedures and the steps that we apply during the course of our project management. So basically, it follows this particular cycle, like you have initiating a project, then planning, then executing, then during execution and planning, you also have monitoring and controlling of the project, and finally closing of the project. So it follows these 5 basic processes. and all our project management skills should be oriented towards this particular life cycle of project execution, project management. Okay, every project will have this particular cycle for sure. So what is the life cycle? The life cycle is we have a project initiation, planning, executing and controlling, monitoring, closing. So we have got these process groups. And in addition to that, if we look at the knowledge areas, we have got 10 knowledge areas. Basically, we look at scope management, time management, and cost management, which are the triple constraints. We also have quality, human resource, communication, risk, project procurement, stakeholder management, and also finally, all of these we have an integration management. So basically, we have got all these processes and knowledge areas that as a project manager, we have to be aware of, and we have to take these into consideration if we are to successfully execute a project. Okay. Then the structure of this particular manual is it follows the PM process groups. Basically, as you may be aware, industry-wide, worldwide, the PMI and the PMP certified project management style is utilized. And when we talk about certain terms that we have just seen in the morning session, these terms are quite standardized across the industry. And when you talk about change control, or when you talk about a business case, or when you talk about WBS, work breakdown structure, everybody follows this and understands and know what you are talking about. Okay, so starting with the initiation, followed by planning, executing, monitoring, control, finishing with the closing of the project. This is how our project life cycle is. And all the 10 knowledge areas are addressed, are discussed in quite some detail, and how these process groups and knowledge areas pertain or refer to Yokogawa's way of working. That is also something that I will be covering in this particular training. Okay. When we look at the various PM techniques, what we execute, and versus the PM BOK, it is something like this. Initially, we have got Yokogawa sales life cycle, where there is a quotation preparation, clarification, negotiations, and then comes to project initiation or handover. And then as a project team, project life cycle, we do initiation, basic design, detailed design, implementation, testing, shipment. Then finally at site, we have got installation, commissioning, and then project closure. When we look at the PMBOK process groups, we have got like initiation, planning, executing, monitoring, control, and closing. So this is how we compare our Yokogawa project lifecycle with the standard way of project execution using the PMBOK process groups. Okay. Also, some of these refer to the milestone gates that are currently being used in Yokogawa, although the Yokogawa worldwide quality gates are, I think, from PM1 to PM8 or something like that. But currently, we are using PM1, 1.1, then 2, 3, and 4, up to 4.2. I'm not sure how many affiliates are using the other PM milestones, which is from PM1 to PM8, if I remember, or PM9, I think. So yes, every important milestone or phase has got a quality check sheet associated with that. I'm very sure that whether the project is big or small, our quality QAMS people will come in at the right time and ensure that we follow the quality gates, the check sheets and things like that. So I'm very sure that we are executing our project according to the quality gates that we have got. If anybody is not following it, then better start to follow this particular style of project execution and quality checking or quality gates. Any questions on the project life cycle? This is the last slide under introduction to project management. So any questions? Okay, if there is no question, then I'll move on to the next section in the PM manual, which is initiating the project. Okay, how we initiate the project. This is a typical way, although it is shown in a funny way, but a typical way. When the customer explains the project, he explains it in a particular manner. How we understand it is maybe slightly something different. And that is where, like I was explaining, the assumptions are very important. And getting the assumptions verified and approved is important. How the engineer designs it, how the programmer writes the project, how the business consultant describes this like a big sofa, how the project was documented like there is nothing in the project, what operations installed, how much he was billed for, how he was supported, and what the customer really wanted. Okay, so there is a lot of perception, like what I was explaining at the beginning of the slides. The perspective of every individual associated with the project is quite different. Understanding the perspectives, understanding the assumptions, documenting the assumptions is very important for the project. So there should not be a gap between how he want what he really wanted and how he explained and how the project team developed the project. It is very critical that all the assumptions are noted down, are documented, and explained and approved by our customers in order to ensure that we give our customers really what they want. Project initiation. I want to describe how we generally initiate a project within Yokogawa. For example, the question asked earlier, develop a project charter. How many teams really develop a project charter or a business case in a worldwide scenario? It's called a business case. We call it as a project charter. And how we develop a project charter is very important. Whether we follow it or not is something that we can discuss later on. Identifying the stakeholders, we have quite some slides later on to identify and discuss about stakeholders. And finally, we have got the sales to the operations or the project management or the project team handover by having a meeting, a documented meeting, assigning the project manager to the particular project, and also doing the project budget. So these are three steps to initiate a project in Yokogawa. So one of the first step is developing the project charter or the business case. So the project charter is not only one physical document, but it consists of information gathered throughout the sales phase. Okay, when the sales generally hands over a project to the operations team, there is so many things that they give, right from the RFQ that was received, right from all the technical clarifications and assumptions that were approved or discussed during the sales phase. Finally, the proposals or the multiple revisions of the proposals that we have given to the customer, and also the final proposal that was accepted by the customer, along with all the costing of the various items and deliverables of the project. Also, it comes with the signed PM checklist and contract documentation. All these will form a sort of a project charter. So who is responsible for this? For ensuring the completeness of the documentation, the sales team is responsible. And when we talk about developing a project charter, we talk what is to be there in the project charter. It should have, for example, all the assumptions and constraints, a high level schedule and budget. It should also have a stakeholder list. It should have the name of the project manager. It should have what is the purpose or justification and objectives. For example, we had developed, for example, a charter document which has the name of the project. This is a very high level document. The contract agreement, the name of the customer, what is the order value, who is the project manager, and what is the start and the end date of the project. So this I took from my older project. So this is a typical project charter high level document wherein it assigns the project manager for execution of this particular project and gives him authority in terms of the estimated cost for the project and what is the GP. It sets objectives for the project manager that this is the estimated profit for this particular project, and also it tells the delivery should be done by a certain date. So all these are available in a high level project charter or a business case document. Any questions? Kringsak, how many times have you done a project charter for your project?
Not so many. For the last project, we will be asked to do the project charter.
Mm-hmm.
But in my past few years, last project is about less than 5 projects. I do the project charter. Mostly,
Okay.
but the mostly is just the medium size or small size of the project.
Uh-huh. Anybody else in this group has a project charter that he or she can show or has been done in the past? Anybody else? Okay. Anyway, if you have not done in the past a project charter document, probably any one of you can list down all the documents that you have taken or you have got from the sales team when a project has been assigned to you. Okay. Anything specific that you would like to share with the team? Is also very good so that everybody can then look into that particular thing, or maybe we have missed something, when we have taken over the project from the sales. Okay, so this is an example of project charter. This is an example of what needs to be in the project charter document. It is an example of who are the signatories of this, how a project manager is assigned to the particular project, and things like that. Okay.
Satis,
Yeah.
can the project charter replaced by job register from sale, which they also explain the condition and list of the project and everything, maybe including some project explanation. Is that job register can be replaced the project charter?
Really, I cannot answer this question for you because I believe it is something specific to your organization, right? I'm not sure if Alan is still there in the meeting. Maybe
Yes,
he
yes,
can
yes.
answer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Alan, you're here. Can you answer this, Alan?
Okay. In fact, for the project charter, I understand from local office, a lot of small project was not practiced for this one. In fact, project charter is the main purpose is empower the project to provide the authorization to the project manager to manage the project. So for the document you mentioned, maybe project registration with, I'm not sure what is the format. Maybe it's for YE side, we also have the project registration form. Which was filled by project manager or sales manager. So, but the information is standard. So there's not much such like project charter the information, the order value or this thing is not there. So it's not equivalent, not equivalent. If your document is have all the equivalent information, has all the so-called authorization approval, then it can be act as the same function, just a name. Karensa, so that means your project order registration has all these information and approved, huh?
Usually only internal party approve, but I'm not sure in the YA. External party see this project charter and approve it also or not. One thing, Alan, because I think when we do some document, I would think about the benefits of the document, and after we do the document, many people will need. I mean, I mean the document shall be benefits. For example, many people have to see or would like to see that document, and they use the document to do something, maybe to be guideline or to be their information. But if the document do only project manager did it and keep it, or only project manager see it may be less benefit. How you think? So any document that we will do, I think it should have impact, benefit impact to the project. So we can work efficiently for doing various of document.
Understand your point. You mean I fully understand. That means all the work we do is valuable. It's not only just we fulfill the process. There's no meaning. But
Yes,
project charter, there's some meaningful usage. First is empower the people, empower the project manager to manage the project. Without this one, if someone asks, okay, for example, if customer asks you, can you represent Yokogawa to manage the project, or can you approve the, for example, later on the variation orders? How you can approve?
Usually we describe in kick-off meeting, and we have list of the bill of material and list of our work and proof. For example, prove the scope of work by that document with the client, for example. But okay, I think project charter is another document to describe maybe same thing, and we also can use. But as I said, we would like to work efficiently, so we need to consider what the document has actual benefit. So we decide to do it. But if it double work, many document, many work, it will be less efficient in working.
Yes, I totally agree. So we are also trying to improve our efficiency to eliminate which is not necessary process in the project management process. So that's why we are trying to automate and integrate everything together. In fact, there's one information I never explained to our YE group side for project charter. In fact, for the global practice, we also have equalization on this point. In fact, so all the RHQ from Europe, OMA, and also American, the key RHQ we discussed together with the WHQ side. In fact, 1 year ago, we already not 1 year, maybe 2 years ago, during that meeting, and the final conclusion for project charter is not mandatory from a global point of view. From a global, that means GPDD, project charter is not mandatory at this moment anymore. In fact, for some RHQ, they never practice this project charter. But for YEA, for major projects, that means big project, we are still practicing this project charter because we want to have all the something like a very basic information to authorize the project manager to manage. And also, in fact, from a global template, we also have some template called project information. They are pretty quite similar information is filled in the project information, which will be quite summary to someone who want to have a look of the project. Okay, so this is a purpose. But for everyone's information, in fact, we are developing a project management system called POL, Project Online. So this POL most probably will roll out to YE group in FY22. So we automate all this information in system. So that means all the project information we only do in one place. There's no more duplication, But for today and tomorrow's training for project management, we are trying to cover the whole process from the project initial phase until the project close. Then based on our practice or based on the PM book, what is concept is there? In fact, the project charter is following the PM book. So at the initial phase, we have this procedure or task. But in future, I think we are trying to improve the process, and all these duplication work will be eliminated. Clarissa, this is clear?
Yes, this is the clear explanation. And as of today, we use the project charter as final, right? Project information and POL project outline.
Yes, there's a project information, project baseline, and empower the project manager.
Okay, Alan.
Thanks, Alan.
Okay.
Thanks for this.
I don't know how about other affiliate.
Yeah, this is my next question actually. I wanted to ask how many affiliates are using it? Maybe if the affiliate, if the PM office head is here from each affiliate, probably they can, from Malaysia, who is there? Eddie, is it?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Eddie.
Yeah. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah.
Do you follow this in Malaysia, Eddie?
Yes. We do have a project charter. Normally we stated in our project costing. I mean, it is signed by the directors.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Also, in safety YSS, we have two documents. We call it project key information. Another one is the IPCD. IPCD is all the scope and all the. It just like the project charter, basically. I mean, all the party need to, all the stakeholders need to be signed at the document before we start the project.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good. That's good to know. So you have two documents basically.
Yes.
Mm,
So now we try to adopt for the GM600. So we try to see how to combine this all document together.
okay.
Yeah, we in the
That's
process.
mm, that's good to know. If you can share a template, maybe a blank template of this document to the team, it would be nice, Eddie, so that people also get ideas and what they think is good for them.
Okay, I can share.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Anybody from Indonesia office can share what is their current practice? Hello, YAN.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Meeting Google.
Hello.
Seperti itu. Terus Bapak Ibu bisa mendownload lab manual di
Hello, cannot hear you, Suharyadi.
Yes, hello, satisfied. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, we did this project chapter same as the you do in a slide, and this time
Okay.
is no problem. Yeah, this one is good. This for information that what project we chapter by vice in here not vice president approved, so enough with the engineering manager. What the project with should be handled by project manager. Assign it. It's good. This information.
Are you practicing this one at the Indonesian office?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah.
That's
It's
good.
good information for us also.
Okay. So it's basically an internal document and you store it in your files, basically, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Um,
Okay. Looks like as many of us use this at this point in time. So let me move on. Identify stakeholders. I'm not sure if we have enough time to do this one. Can we take it up after lunch? Is it okay for you, Alan? Is it okay after at 1 o'clock?
Sorry,
There are quite.
you mean that we stop here and start 1 o'clock?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Or because this is going to take at least about 20-25 minutes.
1 o'clock Singapore time. Okay, it's been
Yeah.
12 o'clock Indonesia. Okay.
Yes. No, Indonesia and Thailand is still early for lunch. 10:30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I will continue. Let me continue. Okay.
I suggest, Satish, maybe we continue first. Maybe even
Okay.
cross 12 for Singapore time. Okay, that
Okay.
means we can start a little bit late because we Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia is one hour late.
Yeah. Okay. We will continue with this one until 12 p.m. Singapore time. Okay. Continuing on after the project charter is the identification of stakeholders. Now, identification of stakeholders generally happens when the sales team hands over the projects to the project to the operations team. Uh, it is very critical to know who are the key stakeholders in the project and understand what each stakeholder will be doing in this particular project. Okay. Now, stakeholders are both internal and external. When we say a stakeholder is somebody who is having some influence or having some interest in the project. Okay. So when we take up the project, initiate the project, we need to know all the stakeholders and they should be documented very clearly, and it should be shared with the project manager, whether it is internal stakeholder or external stakeholder. Let me give some examples. For example, when we are doing a project which is crossing the boundaries, like for example, in the current project that we are doing from Singapore, the end user location is in Vietnam, but the important stakeholder, the end user, is from Thailand, for example. So we need to know internally whether in our Thailand office, whether we have got internal stakeholders who also have an interest in the project and who can influence the project. And Vietnam side, we also know who are the important people who will lend some credence to the project and who can influence the end user. So all these stakeholders should be clearly documented and should be shared with the project manager so that the project manager and the team are aware and can uh, manage the stakeholders. Managing stakeholders is very important. So identification of stakeholders. So who is a stakeholder? A stakeholder is an individual, group, or organization who may affect or perceive itself to be affected by a decision, activity, or outcome of the project. This is the standard definition of a stakeholder. So it can be an individual, it can be a company, it can be a group who will be affected by the project itself. And we have got different groups of stakeholders. We identified three main groups. The first group of stakeholders is within the project team itself. The second group are those that are outside the project, but within the organization. For example, sponsor, the line managers, the functional managers, the organizational groups. And then there are a third group who are outside the organization, like, for example, our vendors, our partners, regulators, other entities. So we have got multiple groups of stakeholders, and each stakeholder has got a different level of interest or influence in the project. Okay, so identification of stakeholders and how they influence and interest themselves in the project is very important if we are a project manager. For example, let us look at this graph. Okay, we have got an interest and we have got a power on the y-axis. Interest on the x-axis, power on the y-axis. Let us look at the lowermost, leftmost bottom quadrant. Monitor. There may be uh, some stakeholders whom we only need to monitor. Okay. There are some group stakeholders whose power is very high, but their interest is very low. Okay. We need to keep them satisfied. There are some stakeholders whose power is also very high and whose interest in the project is also very high. So we need to manage them very, very closely. And finally, some stakeholders whose power is very low and but whose interest is very high. So we have to keep them informed. For example, if we take an engineer who is our client, okay, he has got a very high interest in the project because he wants a lot of technical information. But in the power matrix, he is very low. He has got very less power, but he needs a lot of information in the project. So we have to keep him always informed about what is happening, what is the technical things that he needs. For example, the EPC lead engineer, he manages the project. His power is also very high because he may have the power to say yes or no or approve or disapprove our change orders. So he His power is also very high. His interest is also very high. So we have to have a very close relationship with such people. Okay. Sometimes we have, let's say, a project sponsor in the project from the customer side. He needs to be satisfied because his power in the project is very high, but he is not interested in the day-to-day running of the project. His interest is very low. So there are all these different categories, different types of stakeholders. We have to manage them very closely. We have to monitor them very closely. We have to keep them informed, and we have to satisfy them. So without knowing the interest level or the power that they exhibit or they execute in a project, we will not be able to develop an interest grid of stakeholders. So that is where, when the sales team hands over the project, we should classify the various stakeholders in the project early on and ensure that they are managed. So stakeholder management itself is very critical for a particular project. Any questions on stakeholder management? Anybody does this sort of an activity during the project initiation? Anybody? How many project managers do a matrix or a power interest grid of stakeholders? Or how many project managers actually list down the various stakeholders and try to manage them? Any project manager here in this group does it? Okay, let us move on and come back to this later on. Sales handover, we are still in project initiation. So how exactly we do it? Upon contract award, sales shall verify if the PO or the contract matches with our quotation and reflects all the TNC scope of work and things like that. Then we have a PM1 meeting in Yokogawa parlance. We have a PM1 meeting where all the sales, the quality, the project manager, head of PMO head, everybody attends. The PM1 meeting is organized and prepared, and the necessary forms to be signed off, either online or on hard copy. We have PM assignment. We know who is the person who will be assigned as the project manager for this particular project. And also we have the project budget or the target budget, both cost and sale amounts. So this is how a sales handover is done. A proper sales handover is done between the sales team and the project operation team. Anybody, any project manager or PMO does not do this in this particular group, or does this exactly?
Satish, we are following the same quality management system.
Yeah.
I hope everyone must follow the same.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Next is sorry. Next is project manager assignment. By signing the PM1 gate review checklist, the PM is formally assigned to the project. And what happens when we have, for example, a project manager who sometimes, there may be circumstances when we need to change the project manager during the actual execution of the project. Generally done by our PMO head. The successor PM assesses the project status. The project manager shall support in creating the project report, and then all these things will be documented and reflected, and the de-assignment of the project manager happens, and a new project manager is assigned properly by having all these things documented and arranged. So generally, we have so many cases where a project manager needs to be changed during the project execution due to whatever reason, and it should obviously follow a well-documented procedure and a way of doing this so that the project is not affected. Now, when we talk about project budgeting, okay, how do we do a project budget process? In Yokogawa, we have got so many documents. We have got a customer PO, terms and conditions, sales proposal, authorization, price authorization, contract review checklist, material costing, then any special price tokuchu for the Yokogawa materials, hardware and software, any technical tokuchus that we have got, engineering costs, project management costs. In the past, there have been quite a lot of critical cost items that generally a project manager needs to be aware of and always needs to manage it. For example, the staging cost. Not sure how critical it is in our affiliates, but definitely it is a major cost item for all projects. The engineering support fees that is paid to YHQ. Today, with the latest version of the DCS, we also have product maintenance license cost. We have got a warranty and extended warranty, packing and shipment costs, training costs, finance costs, SAF to local affiliates, and in some cases, unwritten commitments. So I request all project managers to be aware of and to look at these critical items that affects the project profitability. Any project manager here can tell me if there's any other critical cost item that is not there in this list? Anybody? Hello, team, wake up. Okay, let me continue. Uh, as a minimum, we should be as a project manager, we should be looking at all these input documents during the initiation of the project. And let me also look at a couple of scenarios during the project budgeting process. In cases where the project team or the operations is not involved in the sales phase, which is not preferred by us, the time taken to assess all these is there. It will take at least 2 to 4 weeks for the project manager to assess the sales estimate, the business case, the project budget, the target budget, setting the KPIs for the project management team, and also if the project manager and the sales estimates are different or not accurate, then the project management team has got a right to prepare a counter estimate. For example, if the sales team says that the GP of a project is 8%, but if the project manager and team say it is minus 8%, then of course it should be clearly identified, documented, and challenged. and agreed by all the stakeholders, internal stakeholders. And then, of course, in our case, generally the price authorization form is revised so that the project manager knows what is the final target budget for the project. If there are any items that have been missed out during the sales proposal, but is a prerequisite in the RFQ, then of course there will be a large deviation, and this is something that should be uh, taken up for discussion and approval by the company management. So it takes some time for the project manager and team. I estimate generally 2 to 4 weeks for coming up with the actual project budget and versus the sales estimate. However, if the project team is already involved in the sales phase, like we do for mega projects, then the project team or the operations will generally know what is the project budget, cost, and sale prices, and then it becomes a much easier task. So when we are doing the first PRF, it is quite clear what is the cost and what is the sale prices. So these are the two scenarios that we can think of when we are doing the initial budgeting. One case is when the project team is not involved in the sales phase, and the second scenario is when the project team is involved in the sales phase. So this is what is the process what we follow in Yokogawa, these two scenarios and all these input documents that are a part of the project budgeting process. Anybody has got anything to add to this?
Yes, that is normally for the TS project, mostly project manager did not involve during surface, but only some project that have high risk, like revamping project, or some project have some uh, third party product that we never use, or that's high risk that can be impact to the costing during project execution. Then we will send project manager and lead engineer to involve during surface. I'm not sure how about other affiliate, yeah, under YA group.
Good question. Good response, Chayut. Good feedback. This is exactly what I would also like to hear from other affiliates, whether they are involved or not involved in the sales phase, especially for medium size and bigger projects. Because like what you mentioned, the risks for a large scale, or if we are going to buy a lot of resale items from specific vendors, the risk is quite high. Whether it is a technical risk or whether it is something to do with finance, the risk is quite high. So it is always advisable that the project team is involved during the sales phase of the project.
Yeah, and sometimes our sale did not have enough experience. Then there can be missing some scope of work. Sometimes they did not research costing. Yeah.
Yeah, completely agree, Chayut. Any other project manager has got such experience or feedback? We have some project managers from Vietnam. Not sure is Tucson there. Tucson, can you
Yes.
give some feedback on this process?
YVNs do had done for this funny. Hello?
Yes, Tucson,
Yeah.
tell me.
We have done for this date same with you showing here.
Okay, that's good.
Yes. But for in this state now the YZS we apply YZS system and at the new regulations IFS 15. So we have some more some additional work to meet with YZS and IFS 15 requirement for in this state.
Sorry, what exactly? What is that? INS 15.
That is international finance system.
Okay.
Yeah. So the more form to review for the initial project.
Understand, Tucson.
Yeah. Here I also not see the any update for the IMS 600.
Is it very specific to Vietnam?
IMS is a YA system management.
I'm not sure. Alan, you can.
IMS.
Yes. RMS is a regional management system. Is applied to
RMS. Okay.
RMS. And
Sorry.
Tucson mentioned is IFRS 15. That is a financial rule. So that means what kind of a project we need separate, like the external warranty, we need to book a separate order. This kind of things under IFRS 15. So that is that means during the order initial phase, we need to consider all these rules. So then when we book the project, we may already separate the order. So when we prepare the budget, we are more focusing on the project portion. I believe Tucson is referring to this, right?
Yes.
Okay, but anyhow, for project budget process is still same. Only thing is for IFRS during the order phase, we need a split. Some portion we need split. Book as a main portion is project, other portion maybe is a service order or AMC.
Yes.
Good point, Tucson. Let me try to include this in the final slides.
Yes.
It's a good point. Yeah. Anybody else has got something different from what is here, what you practice?
Yeah, Pratish, I have one more thing to share.
Yes, please.
Normally in YTS we have the internal kickoff meeting template, our local template. Then as per IMS standard right now, we need to change to use the PM1 check, and to do that we need to have more time for the internal kick-off meeting process after sale request to PDD, because we need to do PQTS register and many preparation. Then this is the one concern that because normally in YTS most project very urgent and short delivery. Then this is the some problem that we face, and now we are trying to discuss internally how we can do it smoothly. I'm not sure other affiliates face the same issue problem or not. Because I think for our PM in YA, we use PM1 for the internal kick-off meeting, because the project manager already involved during sales phase, then it will be fast. But in YTS, sometimes different. It take more time for preparation.
Yeah, I agree. There was one point that has been raised by Charles, I think, quarantine and PCR test cost. Well, it's a very interesting thing because right now we are not having such health risk costs in our price authorization form, I think. But hopefully, in another few months, we will not need to do this. But it's a valid point raised because we are facing recently for our projects that customers are negotiating with us for all the quarantine and PCR test costs. It's a very valid thing. I think our sales has been sensitized to this issue that if there is any additional costs because of whatever health risks that are there, we should be including this or negotiating this with our customers. It's quite a valid point. Additional cost to consider is SHCT collection. May I know what is this from Hermi? Additional cost SHCT?
Hello, hello, good morning. This is
Hi,
Hermi from
Hermi. Yeah.
okay. This is about when you completed the project and then you need to hand over to another department, to service department. Then we need to collect this, we call it system health check tools. This is a tools that will collect the data in our FCS or DCS and then upload it in the website, in the YHQ website, to monitor the project's expiration of license, something like that, everything that involves the project. So to do that, I think you need additional costs to collect the data, because you need to send the engineers if you miss out to collect during the FAT or SAT or during the commissioning phase. So I think we need to consider, because I experienced this in my previous project. These new rules is just, I think, implemented a few months ago. That's why I was surprised to hear this. So I think we need to consider also this cost in budgeting. I don't know in other affiliates.
Is it a line item in the price authorization?
No, it's not line, because I think it's not yet implemented in the whole. But we got this information from our service department when I handed over my projects, the completed projects. So I was surprised, because this is additional cost. I need to send my engineers to site to collect all this data and then upload it.
Can you give the full form of SHCT?
This one is a system health check tools. This is it's like a tools that will collect all the data in our DCS system, and then they will upload it in the YHQ website, wherein the YHQ can monitor all the project licenses, everything, the updates, what the parts, everything that involves the project, like renewal of license or something like revamp of the project, or if you need some additional license, something like that, they can monitor everything. So this is, I think, new implementation. from YHQ
Okay.
based on my understanding. So I incurred costs for this one. I incurred costs when I
What
collect this
is
data.
how much is the estimated cost? Is it an FCS basis or
Maybe
system
on
IO sizing?
on our part, it's just Mondays because when you send the engineers to site, of course, it will consume. You will need to pay the allowances, everything when you deploy engineers. So this is the only cost, but I think it will take only 1 day to collect. I think hours probably, depending to the size of the database. So I think this is the only cost need to consider, the deployment of the engineers to site. But
I see.
you can avoid this one if during the SAT or commissioning, you can extract all this data.
Okay.
So so to avoid the extra cost, I think better consider this one during the site works.
This is quite an interesting thing. Is there any specific software or tool that is available to gather the data?
Yes. So this is a service tool. I
But
saw this
I don't know
data
exactly
collection.
Data collection system health check tools. So they will run this software in our TCS, and then they will collect all the data, everything, the licenses, the serial number, everything that involves the project, the information.
Okay. So this should be done after
See,
the SAT, is it?
should be, but sometimes if the project manager is not aware, it will cause it will be an additional cost.
Mm.
Yeah, me actually YTS faced the same problem at the beginning of FY21 because some of project our engineer already back to office, no more engineer aside. Then our service team also request, to get this information. Then after that, we try to instruct to the project manager and all the engineer that after SAT complete, we need to run this tool and get information copy to the server. Yeah, otherwise we need to send engineer again. That it will be more costing as you mentioned. Yeah.
Okay, so that means Mr. Tayot, sir, that means it's already implemented also in YTH. This
Right
collection
now,
SACT.
right now between PDD sent to LSD, we need to have this information. Otherwise, they will not able to complete the project transfer
Close the
because
project.
our
Yeah,
service,
they
they
will not
need to
close the
use
project.
information. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, correct. The same experience here in YPI. I cannot hand over the project because I don't have this requirement.
Mm. Okay, that's good. That's good to know, Hermie.
Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. I have got a couple of more slides to finish. When we are doing the budgeting, okay, we have come to the summary of this particular section. So here, what we have discussed, understood is what is the project charter, sorry, identifying the stakeholders in the project, understanding how a stakeholder is influencing the project and what is their interest in the project. Sales handover, what are the minimum documents that we need, and finally, of course, the budget freeze exercise. This is in summary what we have done. I have got a few questions to ask our team. Let us see. So, which of the following is not a stakeholder? A supplier, customer, PMO, or competitor? I I would like to know from our team who is not a stakeholder. I think it's quite simple. Competitor is not a stakeholder in our project. Yeah. Uh, which one of the following is the best way to manage stakeholders? Ensuring they don't get to meet outside work, meeting all of them when a milestone is ready, keeping them informed throughout the project or sending them gifts. So which is the best way to manage stakeholders? The best way, of course, I think, is keeping them informed throughout the project. Okay. And the other question is, when is the stakeholders' ability to influence a project very high? Is it in the early stages? Is it when we are 50% done? Depends on their role and position, and just before delivery. So when is the stakeholders' ability to influence a project very high? I believe it is depending on their role and position in the project, that stakeholders' ability to influence a project is very high, right? So this is just some things to think about, some questions. And with this, we come to the end of the project initiation phase. So the next one is, of course, the planning the project. We will take it up after lunch. And after lunch, now it is 12:12 in Singapore. We will come back at 1:15 Singapore time.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's meet in exactly 1 hour, gentlemen.
See you then.
Okay. Thank you so much. In the meantime, if you have some questions, you can just type it in the chat box. I will try to reply. Good afternoon, everybody. We start in about 4 or 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everybody. So let's continue where we left off. Hope you can see my screen.
Yes, Satish.
Okay, thank you. So morning session, we were looking into the project initiation, and we had a discussion on what project charter is, identifying stakeholders, interests and their influences, sales handover to the project team, and how to do the what are the documents required for the budget freeze exercise. We had some questions that we could look into. One question probably that I want to just redo is the first one, which of the following is not a stakeholder? The right answer to this is a competitor and not a supplier. Okay. So let us go to the next phase of project management, which is planning the project. So what is project planning, and what are the key elements of the project management? So we have got all these key elements, like when we start the project or when we initiate the project per se, we have to develop what is called as the project management plan or project execution plan. In Yokogawa, almost all projects we do develop a project execution plan. For I believe that most of the project managers will use some earlier project templates and modify it so that it takes into consideration the uniqueness of the new project. However, if you also want to take a global template, the template is available here called project execution plan. So there is a document in the ICP portal which can be used as a key starting document, and then you can modify the document to suit the current uniqueness of the project. Okay, so there is a template available, ready-made Word document available on the ICP portal. So developing a project execution plan is a very key activity for the project manager. Also, another key element of project planning is plan your scope management. Like, for example, you have got your scope or the bill of materials or other related documents that are passed on by the sales team. Planning scope, defining the scope, ensuring that the scope is in line with the proposal and the RFQ, uh, getting approval for your scope. All these are quite critical during the planning stage. Okay. Another key element is collect requirements. When you say collect requirements, basically at the kickoff meeting stage, for example, you can reiterate the contents of the RFQ and how the proposal has been structured with respect to the quantities for each line item, and also, for example, how many pages of graphics, how many logics are there, and things like that. So collect requirements and defining scope is a key element of project planning. Creating a work breakdown structure. There are few templates available for work breakdown structure, and I believe most of the DCS engineers and ESD FGS engineers have got the work breakdown structure according to their quality gates. So defining and creating this and tailoring and customizing it for the particular project is very key. Then schedule management, drawing up a schedule, whether the project manager does it or for a bigger project, if you have a project scheduler who will develop the schedule is very important. Similarly, cost management, I think most probably this will be coming from the price authorization that the sales will hand over. And quality, upfront defining the various quality gates and their frequencies and their timelines is also very important. Planning the project team, which is basically a HR management, getting the right people, checking whether they have got the necessary certification in case of safety engineers, planning their training. All these form part of the HR management. Similarly, for the communications management, drawing up the list of stakeholders, planning how and when you will be communicating to these various stakeholders. What about the monthly reporting or fortnightly reporting, the way it has to be done, and whether it has to be sent to who and when. All these form a critical part and parcel of the plan communications management activity. Similarly, the project manager needs to come out with the risk and opportunities register. So looking at the current scope and looking at the cost and the time, he has to also prepare the risk and opportunities register, which is another key element. And not last but least, we also have the project procurement, especially for revamp projects or for projects which are not straightforward DCS and ESD project, when you have got multiple major sub vendors, for example, an MMS system, or for example, a Bentley Navara system, or if you're planning for field instruments and things like that. So having a proper project procurement management system, and whether you also need to have additional resource just for managing the procurement activities of these. Another good example is if we are buying a safety system from another vendor like Triconics or from HEMA, then how we manage that activity, whether we need to have dedicated resources, dedicated specialists for managing that procurement activity, is something that a project manager has to do. And of course, plan the stakeholder management. So at the outset, for a project manager to look into all these elements is very crucial, very crucial. Let us look at how the project management or the project execution plan is developed. Now, the project manager scope is to develop an almost good or a perfect PEP. Sometimes during the sales phase, a project execution plan is also developed at a draft document. If not, it has to be developed fresh, and it has to take into consideration the entire scope of work and RFQ and things like that. For small projects, a light version can be developed. Okay. It need not cover so many aspects. A lighter version can be developed. So if there is any doubt in who and how and why PP has to be developed, can anybody let me know if you have any questions on project execution plan? Any questions? Any questions on what is required to be shown in the project execution plan, or everybody is very happy knowing what they have to do for a project execution plan? This is the template that is available for the project execution plan. And basically, it covers the various aspects of project management, which includes integration management, scope management, then time, then cost management, quality, HR, communications, meetings, documentation requirements, risk management, procurement, stakeholders. So all these are provided in this particular document template for you. And it is highlighted clearly like what you need to modify as well. It is highlighted in green, I think. So there are some pointers here for you to look into and make necessary changes as required. This is quite a comprehensive project execution plan template. Of course, based on your past experience, you can modify this to suit the new project requirements. So this document template covers quite a lot of the things that are generally executed in a project. So you have got a ready-made template along with all the attachments which you can use for your project. And this is available in the ICP portal. Okay.
Satish-san.
Yes.
Yes, Ponsak from Yokohama, Thailand. I have one question.
Sure.
For PEP, this is the document that project manager should prepare by himself, right?
That is correct.
Yes. And for the person who going to check and approve the document, can you suggest that?
Quite a good question. Who should be the one who is checking and approving this document, right? Let us see what they have put here. Nobody. It should be the approver should be the PM. But generally, what I have done in the past is that I do the preparation of the document and circulate it to the team members for their review. Okay. It should be within the team, or you can also seek approval from the PMO head or from the quality person to ensure that all the requirements are taken care of. But my experience is that it is advisable for the project manager to develop the PEP.
So maybe project manager prepare the PEP document and check by himself, then approved by PMO. Is it okay?
I think it should be okay, but of course it should be reviewed by the team to ensure
Yeah.
that everybody's comments and review cycle is done, so that because it is a stakeholder, because all the entire team is a part of this one, right? So it would be advisable for the team to look into this and give their comments, if any.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But this document is quite good. Of course, you can modify it to suit your objectives and your scope and your scope of work, but it gives you a good starting point. Okay, this is with reference to the project management plan or PEP. Okay, then we go to the next one, which is the scope management. The project scope of work is documented in the contract and also in the various work breakdown structures, and the PEP should clearly outline how the scope will be managed and how the changes will be dealt with. During the project execution, definitely there will be scope change. There is no doubt about it. Scope change is always there. There is no such thing as a perfect, unless it is a very small project and you are dealing with very few IOs and things like that. But definitely for medium and large scale, scope changes will occur. Like I said earlier, change is the only constant thing in the project. Scope change will occur, will definitely occur, and how we are going to manage these scope changes by various forms or by scope change management, or a scope change notice. All these should be described in the PEP, and there should be a form for this, the template on how you are going to manage the changes, so that when a change occurs, when a scope change occurs, you need to get the approval from your EPC or from your customer. So how we are going to manage scope changes should be very clearly described in the project execution plan. It is mandatory. Okay, and the project manager should provide a status overview of approved and pending changes in the progress report. So every month or every fortnight, when we submit the progress report, we should also give a summarized overview of what has changed, if there's any scope change that is not approved, or we have submitted and not approved, or it is approved, and whether it is going to affect the overall cost, the schedule, or any other. We should very, very clearly include this impact analysis in the progress report. So scope changes, be rest assured, will occur in a project, and it is also a risk. It is also an opportunity for us. So we should we should go with the mindset that there will be scope change, it will occur, and we should have a plan to manage the scope change. There is no doubt about it. Scope change gives an opportunity to the project manager to increase the project value and the profitability. How many projects that you think there is no scope change? It is going to be very minimal, very, very minimal. Most projects will have scope change. Okay. The next is collect requirements and define scope. The scope of work is generally taken care of in the quotation and the sales various documents like assumptions and considerations, basis of design in our proposal document and things like that. After the PM1 phase, we should try to minimize the unknowns, or all the scope of work, our supply, our engineering deliverables, our site services, whatever it is, it should be clarified completely, at least with our sales department. If there are uncertainties, and there should not be, and even if it is, it should be very minor, immediately